Good, how you doing?
I'm gonna be back.
Who? There's such thing as an Oscar.
Give me a sign.
Oscar, John, Dr. Gill.
Yeah, I'm supposed to put that way. Last week,
Hey, how you doing, sir? Shaking it on me.
No.
I know what that is. I can take one thing. Is that in your, what the alphabet? Which one is that?
I think.
No, Lana's, so I guess I check out the sign.
All right, so if everyone will please have a seat. It is almost 9 o'clock. LaShawn,
Yes, Your Honor.
the song I have in my head this morning was put there by my mom. Gracie's Corner, good morning. So now every time somebody says good morning, I'm like, today is going to be a great day. Good morning. All right, everyone, I'm going to call the docket and good morning. Today is going to be a great day. So when I call your name, please let me know you're here. If you don't let me know you're here, then a warrant may be issued for your arrest. Carlos Landon. Damone Wyatt.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Malik Lampkin. In custody, we have Reno Corrales, Michael Teo, Santuan Wilson, Wardell Lemon.
We're present and I have motions to approach.
All right, where's Wardell Lemon?
Should be here. I've never met him before.
Wardell Lemon.
I'll have the office call him.
Thank you. Mario Guerra. Melissa Castillo. Thank you. They added that J on me. Jason Brown. Robert Sanchez. In custody, we have Philip Quintella. Renee Espinosa. Caitlin Martinez. Jose Garcia. Jose Perez. If there's an Alejandro Black here, your case has been reset for the 19th. Jose Garcia. Eros Rodriguez. Juan Aveles. Am I pronouncing that last name correct? Thank you. Juan Aveles. Jason Brown. Thank you. Michael Teo's in custody. Nicole Moses. Damon Thomas, is he in custody? Because I think that is Damone Wyatt.
Yes.
Okay. John Ayala.
Morning, Judge. She's present.
Thank you. Dan Valadares Rodriguez. Oh, where is he?
Might be in there. My mom's home.
All right, Malik Estrada is in custody. Rosalie Morales.
Your Honor, I'm messaging her right now.
She's right behind you.
Oh, she made it. Never mind. Sorry.
But you can, your attorney is messaging you right now.
Just went through.
Yeah. Manuel Adame is in custody. Mariah Lopez is in custody. Jerwan Crawford is in custody. Robert Murford.
Your Honor, we can discuss after docket.
Thank you. Christine Garcia. Christopher Salinas. Melvin Jones is in custody. Michael Schumacher.
I'm here on that, Judge.
All right, he's in custody. Israel Elizondo. And Mario Medellin is in custody. Is there anyone who came in later? Your name was not called. Oh, wow, there are a lot of people. We'll start here. What's your name? I'm sorry, what?
Mark Wilson.
Do you know who your attorney is? All right, just give us a moment. Yes. Sorry, what?
Arlen Green,
Do you know who your attorney is?
Kirk Sherman, I believe.
Yes, so we're gonna have to get another attorney for you. Yes,
Curtis Williams.
you said Williamson, Williams. Do you know who your attorney is?
Miss Lady, though, got her name.
All right, so everybody who's here for a case, it's very important that you know your attorney's name. They're sort of an intricate part of the process. All right, back row. Yes.
Albert Sanchez.
Do you know who your attorney is? All right. Yes, front row.
Albert Furtado.
Albert what?
Furtado.
Do you know who your attorney is?
George.
All right, yes.
Sarah Beth Nunez, my attorney is William Brooks.
Are you guys? No jurors, right?
All right, anyone who's a juror, you need to wait outside. Thank you, sir. Yes, what's your name? Okay. Who's sitting next to you? All righty. And who else came in late? What's your name? Yes. What's your name?
My name is Carlos Landon.
Are you on the docket?
What?
Are you on the docket today?
Yes.
What is your name?
Carlos Landon.
The first one on the PSI, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Wardell Lemon,
With my client, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right. There's someone else walking in the door. Let's see who this is. What's your name? Are you on the docket? Have a seat. What's your name? Well, who is he? Is he, are you on the docket today? What boyfriend are you here for? Okay. And are you all on the docket today? What's your name? And are you on the docket? All right, just have a seat.
That's like. We're in the first row. First row.
All right, everyone. Yes.
Judge, sorry, I wasn't aware that the courtroom was in this building, so I have permission to, put my bike on the right side of the building.
I'm sorry, what?
My bike, I just tied it off real quick in front of the other building, but I was told like I had to come second first and I have to put it on this side of the right row.
All right, and what's your name?
Sarah Beth Nunez, I'm not on the docket, but my attorney knows I'm here today.
Okay, so what is this about tying off your bike?
Just put it, there's rails I just provided for the bike. I wasn't aware of that when I put it just in front of the building off the y'all's front railing.
Okay, all right. We will see you back here in 10 minutes.
Yes, it's working on it all. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. All right, everyone, these are the rules of the court. First of all, today is trial docket day, so there will be a jury trial today. So if your case doesn't work out, hopefully you are dressed appropriately for trial because you will be going to trial. For attorneys, There are files on either side. I try to keep the middle of the well as least congested as possible. Just grab your file, place it on the prosecutor's desk. They will call you in order of appearance. At this table are all the criminal trial division prosecutors. At this table, all your family violence cases. So once you place your file there, just have a seat. They're going to call you in order of appearance. First will be first, last will be last. If you have a client who's in custody, let the deputy know. Once you request your client to come out, do not leave the courtroom. If you have a client who needs an interpreter, even though you may fluently speak their language, we're going to call for an interpreter. Do not leave this courtroom. Do not approach the clerk unless you have conferred with the state, conferred with your client. Once you've done those things, you can approach the clerk, ask them to place the file up here, and I will call you up. All right, everyone, today is going to be a good day. It's not Monday, it's Tuesday. So that means that somebody has decided that Tuesday was going to be a Monday and a Tuesday, judging by traffic. So everyone put some patience in your pocket. Let's be kind to each other. Please confer.
Or Dell Lemon? Robert
Sure.
Yeah, that's
I know. I'm going to make sure that she understood the same thing. Fair. Fair.
No. Figure it out.
Okay. Yeah. I'll start with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
20. Are you getting to right line? Yes. Okay.
No, I was, but I just wanted to let him know how to get it done. It's already done. Okay. Yeah, so I thought you were gonna. I thought you just said there's no note. Oh, you know, about this. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Christopher Salinas, can you come forward, please? All right, Jason Garrett, if you could read this, please. Mr. Salinas, when you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? All right. So before I even consider removing your GPS probation, are you able to give him a UA today?
Yes.
You're going to get a UA today, and we'll see what the results are. If those results are positive, we're going to have an issue. You understand? All right. Thank you. And State, if you'll review that and see if you have any objections if he submits a negative UA. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You know. You're not allowed to do the public.
All right. Who are the parties on Wardell Lemon? All right, court is calling 2020 CR 7353, State of Texas versus Wardell Lemon. Can I have the parties announced for the record for the state,
Michael Villarreal for the state.
for the defense?
Jessica Gonzalez for Mr. Lemon and Mr. Nettles.
All right, are you Mr. Lemon?
Yes.
All right, defense, you filed a motion for continuance.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, have you had a chance to review the motion for continuance?
We have.
All right, state, are you ready to proceed on the motion for continuance?
Yes. Your Honor.
All right, defense.
Yes, Your Honor. The previous attorney that had been working at this case and was prepared to try this case is Mr. Nate Navy. He left our office before Christmas. Mr. Nettles has not had the chance to be able to go fully through everything to prepare for trial. Furthermore, we are in the process of switching the case over to my name so that I would be the one that's going to be trying this case. And obviously, I haven't gone through all of the information either. So by forcing us to be going to trial on this case at this point would put us as ineffective assistance of counsel. So we are asking for a reset on the matter so we can prepare for trial.
All right, this case has been on the court's docket and we've been having meetings on this case since 2020.
I understand, Your Honor.
And there was a previous motion for continuance that was filed on July 26th at that time, and that was filed by the defense and the court granted that. The court signed the motion for order of substitution on January 3rd. The motion for continuance is denied. Is there anything else from either side?
Nothing further. From
All right. Your jury trial date is today, so Mr. Nettles needs to be here or whoever's going to try it. Who are the parties on Shoemaker?
We're here. Judge. He is present.
Have you conferred with the state? Are you ready to proceed?
They're looking at, I talked with probation and that's the, Mr. Shoemaker was on parole and out of Austin. However, Bear County picked him up. However, he has not been assigned a parole officer. I talked to the duty officer on the 13th, I believe that was Friday. And they said they have him in the system, but nothing to tell me who his parole officer is or anything. What she told me was that when Bear County got done with him, they would deal with him. I believe he has perhaps 11 months left on the state jail parole. The court was considering perhaps a haven of hope and maybe transferring back to California. We can't transfer to California until we know who parole is and clear it through there. I don't believe that there'll be a problem placing in Haven for hope in an environment there.
All right, so we're going to go on the record, and if you could repeat all that on the record.
What I said earlier.
Court is calling 2019 CR 11017W, State of Texas versus Michael Paul Shoemaker. You've got to have parties announced for the record for the state. State.
Debbie Cruz on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
For the defense. And are you Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we were here on January 13th. At that time, you had entered a plea of true to violation of condition number 5. State waived other allegations without objection. The court found violation of number 5 true. It was an agreement to deny the motion to alter and amend conditions. And we were back here today because the defense attorney was to speak with your parole officer, and the questions that needed to be asked was whether or not they would allow transfer to California and what your parole conditions were and whether or not Haven for Hope would be an option for this court, or if your federal parole wishes for you to be at the halfway house they assigned. And my understanding of that halfway house is not in Bear County.
That is correct, Your Honor. We believe it's in Austin.
All right. And defense? So what have you discovered for us?
I spoke with state parole people. they said that Schumacher is on parole, but he has not been assigned an officer yet. He also said that he had about 11 months left to go, or a little bit less. And that any conditions that Bear County did until he's released from Bear County would be fine with them. I think ultimately he goes to Haven. I hope we find out who his parole officer is and he lets them know. I don't think there'll be necessarily a problem with recovery or Haven for Hope as a condition.
All right, probation, anything you'd like to add?
No, Your Honor, what the defense has stated falls in line exactly the information that I received.
All right, so this is what the court will do then. The court will alternate amend conditions. You to reside at Haven for Hope. If you're able to get different housing before you leave Haven for Hope, you'll have to get permission from the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then he's allowed transfer to California once parole is completed under the federal, on the federal side. So allowed transfer to California upon completion of federal parole. And I'm only doing that because your attorney has informed me that your federal parole would not allow you to transfer to California.
Yes, ma'am.
There's to be reporting, regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Field visits one time per month. And probation, I know there may be some issues with the field visit at Haven for Hope, but if you all can just check in with Haven for Hope and make sure he's still residing there.
Yes, Your Honor.
And there's to be regular UAs. And have you completed your parenting classes?
No, ma'am.
All right, he needs to start parenting classes. And I ordered parenting classes with Compadre E Compadre, but we can do triple P parenting classes. Did you even start your intensive outpatient treatment?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I was doing it through HMMR through Wilson County, and Miss Zerda knew of that. And I showed her she has on file a completion of part of my intensive outpatient unit.
Probation, can you look into his drug treatment?
We have on record that he did complete the outpatient program. I can look further in regards to which program it was. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and if you need other services as it relates to drug issues, let probation know.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to get involved in some type of alcohol program, because that's my big issue is alcohol. If there's something that I can get involved in.
We can do AA meetings, probation, unless you have something else for him.
Your Honor, I'm going towards, I know it's not a DWI offense, but we do have the DWI course, the application course.
I'd like to do the AA.
Okay, all right, we'll do 90 meetings in 90 days.
Yes, ma'am, please.
And if you want to do more than 90 meetings, then that won't curtail you from getting off of probation early, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, so we'll do 90 meetings in 90 days. And you need to get enrolled in parenting classes.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was let me see what else. Yeah, just get enrolled in parenting classes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Your Honor, may I?
yes.
From my understanding, there may have been some mental health concerns, so we are asking that he be placed on the mental health caseload.
Okay, all right, and we will do that as well.
Yes, ma'am. Through HMMR out of Wilson, I was also diagnosed with bipolar. And they had me on a mental caseload with with a caseworker and a counselor.
All right, so we'll do Mick.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything else you need?
I think that's everything.
All right, well, being in probation on this court, I like for people to successfully complete it. I don't take any pleasure in sending people to prison. So in this court, communication is very key. If there are some issues, you need to communicate with your probation officer. If those issues are not solved, Ms. Vashon will let me know. And when she lets me know, we'll put it on the docket.
Yes, ma'am.
Are-
I got one question for you.
Sure.
Now as far as my parole, I'm supposed to be on a monitor. I don't know what type of monitor that is. And you had said, employment within 30 days. Who do I find all that out about?
Well, that would be your parole officer, your federal parole officer. If there's some issues with you working, which I don't see why they wouldn't want you to work while you're on monitor, just let probation know and they'll let me know and we'll see what we can come up with.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. And make sure that once you meet with your federal parole officer and you know your federal parole officer's name,
Yes, ma'am.
be sure to give that to the probation officer so they can coordinate together.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Always a pleasure seeing you.
Okay.
Who's here on Christopher? Oh, we're waiting on the UA for Mr. Salinas. Is there anyone in the courtroom who is a juror? All right, you need to wait outside. And excuse me, what's your last name?
Janice?
Janice? All right, thank you. Who is in the hallway? Who is that in the outer area? Yes. Yes. All right. Are there any jurors in this courtroom? Please do not come in the courtroom if you're a juror. Sir, what's your name? I'm sorry, what?
Adrian Lopez.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. Hi. Good morning. Thank you very much. How are you doing today? Oh, it was great. You know, I got a lot of work done because class starts for me this week. So I got a lot done for my students. And campaign and election law.
Oh my God.
Usually it's trial, yes. Usually it's trial advocacy. But yes, it is. But this is fun too, because interesting things happen. All right. Well, it's Mondays and Wednesdays.
Okay.
And the last day is May 1st. That's final exam. So, nah, you know, it's not if you paid attention in class.
That's what I'll say.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any jurors in this room? If you are, you need to wait outside. Okay, I think all the jurors are now outside.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Could I see the file on Valderas Rodriguez, please? Yeah. And Norm, I need an attorney appointed for Garland Green.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I just wanted to know if my client could be excused, the case has been dismissed.
All right. Who's your, oh, that's the line right there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Valaderas Rodriguez.
Behind the.
Like, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Where is your client? All right. Yes, he can be excused.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Let's have him come up. Okay. And give him a, is he indicted or no?
No.
Okay,
The system had signed it.
okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Salinas, why are you using drugs while you're on probation?
You know, I'm sorry,
And you're being dishonest about it.
I could have apologized.
Well, I mean, you know, I accept your apology, but you need to be apologizing to your body because you're destroying it with drugs. And you're being dishonest about your drug use. I'm not taking you off GPS. Obviously, you're going somewhere while you're on GPS to do drugs. And I'm not the person who put you on probation. What conditions has he had? Because this case is before my time. This is 2018.
One on the,
Why are you using drugs? What's going on in your life?
Well, since I've been on monitor, I've pretty much my relationship went kind of down.
What relationship?
I was actually with my girlfriend for 4 years, and I found out that she was been cheating on me for 9 months.
So here's the thing. You're with a girl. How old are you?
I'm 32.
You're 32 and you've been with somebody for 4 years, and you're saying that person you've been with for 4 years is turning your life upside down. They haven't even known you for half the time you've been on this planet. Do you have any children?
I do not.
Why is there hesitation with that?
I don't have any children.
Why were you hesitating when I asked that?
Because to be honest, I'm not completely sure. I was from California, and then I was with this girl. So She said that she got an abortion. I'm not too sure.
So you don't know if you have any children or not.
Your Honor, he completed supportive outpatient treatment. Based on the TAP, it was supportive outpatient treatment, sober support meetings, and he is on monthly UAs.
All right, we're gonna,
No special, no other special condition.
all right, we're gonna change your conditions. Do you have a stable place to stay?
Yes.
Who do you live with?
My mom,
What's your mother's name?
Diana Fuentes.
And are you using drugs at her house? So do you leave her house to go do drugs?
I was out Saturday for a couple of hours.
So the answer to my question is yes. Or are you bringing drugs into her home?
Definitely not.
Are you bringing marijuana into her home?
I haven't smoked marijuana.
No, I'm not talking about smoking it. Have you brought it into her house?
Yes, I have.
That's gonna stop. And are you employed?
I am.
And I guess they don't do UAs
They did when I applied.
and they haven't done UAs since. So you know you're not getting off of GPS, right? What is your work schedule?
I work from 6 to 6,
6 a.m. to 6 p.m.?
6 p.m. to 6 a.m. It's a split shift. I work for Toyota.
Okay, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That's your schedule. And what days of the week is that?
Monday through Friday.
Do you work on Saturday and Sunday?
Sometimes if they need us. Never Sunday, though. Saturdays.
All right. This is what the court is going to do. Or if you want, I can have them file a motion to revoke because you're positive for cocaine.
Right.
All right. Court is going to alternate amend conditions. You're going to do 90 meetings in 90 days. If you need more meetings to remain clean and sober, then you can do that. You to reside with your mother until further notice. You're going to do the UA hotline until further notice. If he needs another TAP evaluation, then do another TAP evaluation, but I'm going to want intensive outpatient treatment. There'll be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want field visits 2 times per month. And please tell them to make sure that they search and make sure that he's not bringing drugs into his mom's house. And partial GPS for work. And on Saturday and Sunday, unless he's at work, his curfew is he's not allowed to leave the house till 8 a.m. and he's to return no later than 5 p.m. And that's if he is not working. But if he's working, we'll work around his work schedule. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
On the UA hotline, Your Honor, how often do you want him tested?
I want him tested at least once a week. We'll do that for a month, see where he is, and slowly we can taper it off. All right. So you realize you're on deferred adjudication?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how much prison time you're looking at if you were revoked? Potentially how much prison time you could do?
5 minimum.
Yeah. And you know what the maximum is
99.
or life? 99 years or life in prison. So your range of punishment in this case is 5 years up to 99 years or life. So each time you make a decision and you want to use, you need to ask yourself, is cocaine worth me potentially going to prison for life? Is marijuana potentially worth me going to prison for life? Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you.
First roll, we're done.
All right, who's here on Philip Quintella? All right, they're not here. Yeah, I see the sticky note. They need to start. Yeah, and where's his attorney? No, you just put he wants a reset. Pass me the file. All right, put him on the 23rd. Can you let Mr. Quintella know his attorney is ill and we'll be back on the 23rd?
you. Yeah. You want to get it started?
I'm not ready yet.
No, I'm just asking. Good job. Cool. Yeah. Final ones. I'll say something like that. So, I'm going to well, we don't, I don't like it. I think that's your special. I would
Talk to Jessica about
There is also much sense.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello. All right, thank you. Okay.
Can I see the file on Rosalie Morales, please?
Ethan Brown?
Are there any jurors in the courtroom? All right, finally, no jurors in the courtroom.
Your hat. Castillejo? That's
Okay. I wanted to. Oh, that's, I was. It was strictly.
right.
Who got it?
Let me see if Claude's logged in.
All right, Mario Guerra.
Did you want to speak to Rosalie Morales before she was excused?
Oh, no, she can be excused. Thank you.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Your attorney's still in jury trial. So we're going to recall this. What date, Ms. Ferguson? Next week. All right, so you're going to come back on the 23rd and we'll see where your attorney is.
Okay.
They'll give you a reset form. So you need to be here at 9 a.m. on the 23rd.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Oh, they'll give you a reset form.
Oh.
Right here. Here we go.
Your Honor, may I have a second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. We'll see what happens. Who's here for Mario Medellin? Where is Medellin? Oh, come forward, please.
Yeah, Judge, it was Mr. Hicks. He's just right here.
Okay.
Judge, you call it.
All right, court is calling. I need everyone in the box to be quiet. Court is calling 2021 CR 10541 and 2021 CR 105. Oh, I'm sorry. 2021 CR 10541 State of Texas versus Mario Medellin. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
for the defense?
Bob Hicks representing Mario Medellin.
Are you Mr. Medellin?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Showing you what's entitled motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision and first amended motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same Mario Medellin who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2021 CR 10541 for the offense of forgery of a financial instrument on April 12, 2022 for a period of 2 years? Is that you?
Yes, yes.
State?
It's on the first amended motion to adjudicate probation. It's violated condition number 1. On or about the 30th day of November 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Mario Medellin, committed the offense of forged commercial instrument check in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True. Judge, state will waive all other violations.
Any objection to the state's waivers?
None, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there an agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, there is the agreement for 18 months in the state jail, and the state's going to take into consideration Nightmag 689394.
Is that the agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
Mr. Medellin, are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court will follow your agreement, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you to 18 months in the state jail facility. All right, was there any restitution probation?
No, the check's never cleared.
All right, it's okay. All right, and the court will give you credit for any time served. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing from either side?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing further from the defendant, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Medellin, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes,
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
I'm 48, Your Honor.
All right, you're 48. You're getting close to that time in your life where more of your life is behind you than in front of you. You should have learned it. Obviously, you didn't take the course. Somebody give you the course. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. People don't like when people steal from them. People who work hard, get jobs, go to work when they don't want to go to work. And then you have people who decide that they're going to steal from them. People don't like that. So if you want some things, then you need to get a job and not take from people. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good luck to you. All right, who's here on Wardell Lemon? Okay. Hello, Mr. Dettles.
Hi, how are you doing this morning, Judge?
Oh, I'm doing fine. You're here for a reason?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here on Wardell Lemon.
Yes, it's set for jury trial today.
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I've been out the past 2 weeks. My wife was intending to have we were intending to have a baby next week, and the baby came 3 weeks early. So I have been out. We filed continuances for all the cases that were in my name, and I guess this case was overlooked during that time period. And so I was under the impression this case had been substituted over into Jessica Gonzalez's name. However, I guess that was not done. And so I apologize to the court that was not done and that the continuance was not timely filed. However, Your Honor, as for today, I am at home right now, just trying to help out with the baby at home. So I would not be able to try this case today, and I would ask the court if we could just respectfully have maybe 1 or 2 weeks so that we can get up to speed on this case and then be ready to try it.
All right, this case has been pending since 2020.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there you go.
And Your Honor, we had announced ready at numerous different occasions when Nathaniel Navy was the attorney of record on this case.
Navy filed a motion for continuance as well, and the court granted it. So he's filed a motion for continuance before. So again, this case has been pending since 2020.
Yes, Your Honor. And the continuance Mr. Navy had filed was at one of those trial settings where the court had Judge Angelini presiding, and we did not have one of the witnesses necessary for the punishment case.
No, Angelini wasn't presiding because this is in my handwriting.
Oh, I apologize then, Your Honor. I'm mistaken.
No problem.
I just remember that. I remember talking with Mr. Navy and that we had to file a continuance at one point because we did have a necessary witness who was missing at that time. As for today, Your Honor, it's just that I would not be prepared to go. I do not believe Ms. Gonzalez is prepared to go if we were to be pushed to trial on this case at this time, Your Honor. Would be ineffective assistance.
I don't know why people
Mr.
think
Lemon.
ineffective assistance of counsel, using those are like magical words. This case has been pending since 2020. I'm looking at the docket. We're on 16 settings for this case. I'm not granting a motion for continuance. It's 16 settings. I've already given defense counsel a previous continuance. I'm sorry, but I mean, this is 16 settings. It's been on the docket since 2020. And this court, I'm not like some other judges where everybody needs to be ready for jury trial on the first setting, and it's going on the first setting. But I think 16 settings is enough settings for this case to go. And this case has been pending since 2020. So motion for continuance is denied. I am sympathetic to all of the issues that are people having. I've given the defense a motion for continuance before. I did it, not Angelini, because it's in my handwriting where a motion for continuance was granted. I'm not granting the motion for continuance. That's where we are. This case has 16 settings, and I want everyone to know I'm very sympathetic. I've been a defense attorney before. I know how things fall between the cracks. I know how life gets in the way, but this is a 16 setting case, and this case has been on the docket since 2020. So that's
Yes,
where we
Your
are.
Honor. And I understand all of that, Your Honor, and I understand that it's at its 16th setting. However, Mr. Navy was the one handling this case prior to his departure from our law firm at the end of December. And Mr. Navy would have been ready to go had he still been employed by this firm, but we would not be in any capacity ready to go forward with this case today, Your Honor.
All right, I understand what you're saying. I'm internalizing what you're saying. Motion for continuance is denied.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Who's here on Jose Perez? Is there an interpreter here? All right, we need an interpreter. Yes, because this is jury setting day. So you're ready?
Yes, Ron. I think we're just announcing.
Okay, all right, then once you're called, then we'll get an interpreter.
Yes, thank you.
No, not till we select jury. All right, Jose Garcia. That's okay. Mr. Garcia, I'm being told that your attorney is in jury trial. He's in the 226. So we are going to recall your case for next week. And they'll give you a reset form. We'll see you back on the 23rd.
Yes, Ron. Good day.
Thank you. They'll give you your reset form. So just wait till you get one. That one's done. This one, they're coming back. All right, Mr. Cantrell. Have you conferred with the state on this motion?
Which one, Your Honor? Well, I have on both, yes.
All right.
So, on Hawkins,
Well, we're starting with Mendoza.
Mendoza, on GPS, all we're asking for is.
Have you conferred with the state? Are they in agreement?
They said whatever you want to do. With our confirm,
Who did you confer with?
what's his name?
Jason?
Yeah.
The ball
Jason,
guy?
here him.
All right, we'll be back on that.
Head shaving,
Yeah.
young man.
And Reuben Hawkins.
And then he wrote on there, agreed on the 10th. On the bottom of the word.
Privilege.
Okay, why is your client remanded with that bond?
I think he picked up 2 other offenses.
And what offenses did he?
I believe they were drug cases. I'm not really sure, Judge.
All right. Caroline, can you look up this person and see what his history is? It's 2021 CR 2980. I know he has the previous possession less than a gram and evading. And is he in custody?
Yes. I think the reason Jason said 10,000 was the other bond said at 10,000.
Thank you.
She's addressing that. Oh, are you right now? Yeah. Jason, step back. Judge, I'm ready whenever you want. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
thank you. On Hawkins, I see he just has another possession less than a gram. And he has county court matters. Okay. And I think he was remanded without bond on this one. The bondsman got off his bond. Okay. And Ms. Ferguson, what's the next date? Or Caroline, can you tell me when this case is set, the 2021 CR 2980? All right, thank you. I'm sorry, what did you say?
There's no saying it.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, we need a setting date for 2021 CR 2980. And you can put it in February. And then the next one is Mendoza.
Yes, we're not in agreement. For the most part, the state's position is GPS, and I believe that's not the best interest, something like partial.
Okay. So state, do you have any objection to him working?
It's just an aggravated robbery, judge, and state's position is that house arrest, and he's out on bond for house arrest.
Okay, where is your client? Is he here today?
He is not here today.
All right, so we'll set this, just have Ms. Ferguson put it on the docket and we'll set it when your client is here.
Okay.
All right. So what date are we putting Hawkins on?
Good morning, Mr. Adelman. How you doing today? Another day? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that, sir.
Who's here? Malik Lampkin. Hello. Oh, where's your client? Thank you. All right, and is there any jurors in the courtroom? All righty.
Wait outside, please. If you're for jury duty, please wait outside.
Excuse me. The jurors who are in here, what are your names? And what is your name? I'm sorry, what? Thank you. Could somebody put a sign on the door? Is there a sign on the door telling jurors not to come in?
I'll work on it, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, court is calling 2022 CR 6907A, State of Texas versus Malik Lampkin. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Jorgensen.
For the defense,
Tracy Franklin.
and are you Mr. Lampkin?
Yes, Your Honor.
You entered a plea of no contest on December 6th to count one. The court found that there was sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court deferred finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is recommending deferred. Have all parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
Yes,
Any objections to the PSI report, state?
No.
Defense, any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, defense, anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Just, Your Honor, that he is quite regretful. It does state so in the PSI. He's young.
Okay, you guys need to speak up so I can hear.
Oh, I apologize. He regrets the incident. He's very young. He's really wants to turn his life around and change it. He does not want to be stuck at home on a monitor or be restrained in any way. He's really found a new appreciation for being free and living his life. I know he looks kind of stern right now, but he's a very sweet guy and he's very, very sorry and really wants to change.
All right, state anything? All right, Mr. Lampkin, is there anything you wish to say to the court?
Just that I'm sorry for what I did, Your Honor.
Okay, you're gonna have to speak up.
I'm
I know
sorry.
when people are with their friends outside, they don't whisper the way you're whispering. So what did you say?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I would never do it again. After I did 3 months in jail and I now have a new appreciation for my life and freedom. I love my freedom. I just want a chance and I won't mess it up. I want to get a job. I want to be around my family. Just, I'm sorry and I'll never do anything like that again. Your Honor.
And who are you staying with?
My grandpa,
Does he want you there?
yes, Your Honor.
Why are you not staying with your parents?
My mom didn't want me in the house while I was on monitor.
Why?
I'm not sure.
All right, and your father?
He's not present in my life.
So since you've been at your grandfather's house, what have you been doing to make his life easier?
I help clean the house. I help mow the yard and do chores like that. I really couldn't do too much on it because I've been on monitor.
Oh, no, there's a lot you can do around the house.
Yes, Your Honor. I do what I can around the house, Your Honor.
So what is your relationship to Jennifer Trevino?
No,
Isaiah Ledesma?
no.
So what are you planning on doing with the rest of your life? I see you, did you graduate from high school?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so what are you planning on doing with the rest of your life?
For right now, I just want to get a job so I can start making some money.
All right, and if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? And no, you're getting drug tested today.
Negative.
All right. When's the last time you used?
Over 5 months.
All right, is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything else from either side?
Not for the defense.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 8 years deferred adjudication. There's to be no contact with Isaiah Ledesma, Jennifer Trevino. Do you have any children?
No, Your Honor.
That's a good thing. You're not ready for them yet. There's going to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. We're going to keep GPS partial for work. And his curfew hours are going to be 7 a.m. Well, he's allowed out and about from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. unless he's at work.
So, Your Honor, does that mean I can still leave the house when I don't have work? I just have to be back before the curfew hours?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's allowed to be out of the house from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The only time he's allowed outside those hours is if it's for employment. And I'll ask that the GPS fees be waived.
Your Honor.
I know. We'll put it in there. We'll see what happens. Waived, deferred, indigent. There's going to be 200 hours of community service restitution hours. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination with booster. Court is not requiring you to do that, but if you do do that, then 40 of those hours will be waived. The remaining hours will be waived if you're enrolled in college. All right, if you're enrolled in college for the court, that means full-time enrollment. So you need to take at least 9 hours a semester. Or if you obtain any type of trade school certificate, the remaining of the hours will be waived. So you can do community service hours, or you can better yourself by doing these, although I think community service hours are great, but hopefully you're on the road to becoming self-sufficient. There is to be taken into consideration county court cause numbers 690-730, 690-731, 690-732, 690-733. There's to be restitution to Isaiah Miramontes. I know my pronunciation may be off. It's Miramontes. There's to be restitution to Maria Acuna. And cause number 690-731. Tony, Toni, Andrea Marino. And cause number 690-732. Miranda Barrett, Barrett, and cause number 690-733. And also there's to be no contact with those parties. I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month until further notice. Regular UAs. And according to this, they want you on outpatient treatment. So we're going to do outpatient treatment with probation. All right, they want you to do CATS 1 and 2, which I'm assuming are theft courses. Don't steal. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. Don't go to somebody's house or to a party unless invited. And if a third party invites you, a friend, say, hey, I'm going to this party. If they didn't give him permission to have a +1 or her permission to have a +1, don't go. If you go to somebody's house and they ask you to leave, leave. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's my CATS 1 and 2 course for you. But you are going to take the MRT course. And hopefully that will help you make better decisions in your life. And the other thing that I've discovered for my time on the planet, nothing good happens after midnight unless you're at your house. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Probation, is there anything else?
Your Honor, on the outpatient, do you want that supportive or intensive?
We'll start with supportive.
I have a TAP added as well.
Yes, I have the TAP evaluation here.
Oh.
Yes. You didn't receive it?
I'm sure I did, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lampkin, is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel. Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. You better start making better choices. Otherwise, you know what's going to end up happening? You may end up at the Bexar County Jail or somebody else's jail or end up at the prison. From here on out, everything that you do in your life while you're on these 8 years deferred adjudication, every decision you make, you know what you need to ask yourself? Is this a decision that could result in me potentially going to prison for 20 years? And if, when you ask yourself that question, if the answer is yes, you definitely shouldn't do it. If you ask yourself that question, it's like, maybe, then you shouldn't do it. Marijuana is not allowed while you're on probation. Drinking alcohol is not allowed while you're on probation. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. And you better like show your grandfather you love him every day. Give him a Valentine's Day card.
Yes, Your Honor.
All
Thank you.
right, good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, first row.
Yes.
You're on the first row. You're right.
Oh, no, you can tender it to probation. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, who's on Manuel Caldera? Hi.
Good morning, Your Honor. He is presently in custody. His scheduled for court on Thursday.
Yes.
However, that day I'm scheduled and we're ready for a deposition and a court date. I was wondering if I could have it be set for next Thursday, which I already have another case now.
Okay. So that will be Thursday, the 26th.
Oh, no, there's 23rd, I believe that's it, but Friday.
No, Thursday is the 26th.
Sorry, then I guess it's Monday, the 23rd. I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
If
All
not,
right.
I'll.
Norm, are you able to put this on the docket for the 23rd? All right, we'll come back on the 23rd.
Thank you so much. May I have
You're welcome.
excused?
Yes. Who's here on Israel Elizondo? Yes. Are there any jurors in the courtroom? All right, the sign is working. All right, so did you confirm with the state, where are we on discovery?
It appears that we got it. We're going to have our investigator tie up some loose ends and we're ready. If you would like to set us for our first trial setting, we don't oppose that, Judge.
Okay, so I'm gonna need a discovery acknowledgement sign.
Yes, sir.
And let me see what page your client is on, just a second. Thank you. So has the state tendered an offer?
The state has tendered an offer, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have this back in 2 weeks for a plea deadline date?
I'm okay with
All right, so we'll be back on February 6th. February 6th is going to be your plea deadline date. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. If you choose not to accept the offer, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, they'll give you a reset form, then you're excused. You're welcome.
Judge, I was just about to compliment you. If you look behind you in the video, it looks like your flowers are coming out of your purse.
Wow,
And I
yay.
was about to say, like, that is the cutest vase I've ever seen.
It is.
And then I
Let's just
realized,
roll with it.
like, the way, yes, I was like, that is the cutest thing I've ever seen. I want to know where you got
See,
that.
you know what? We need to get, what is her name? She's an artist. I see her face. I can't think of a name. We need to get her to design that.
That is like, I was literally about to die. That was so cute.
Hey.
I love that. You should leave it like that.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it like that. Thank
See you on
you.
the 6th, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Friday in my office.
Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Someone was on there. Just never know.
Oh, just 1 second. Oh. Sure. Yes. No. Sure. Oh, no, 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 you can go ahead.
That discovery.
That way you're not like.
Yeah.
Either her dad or mom did it for herself. The family parents would break their.
I think we can. It sounds like you're. Yeah, I'm not gonna say. It's going to, you know, I don't want to contact.
All right, Robert Sanchez.
Yes, Your Honor. Robert.
Hello. What's happening with this case? Possession less than a gram.
Yes, Your Honor. We're working towards an offer. The state's requesting some mitigation in terms of some efforts he's making to get clean and stay clean, Judge. I reached out to the reentry center. They stated that this upcoming Wednesday, a Cicada, the San Antonio Council on Alcohol and Drug Awareness, does help people that are struggling with drug addiction. So he's going to attend that, Judge. And then he's also going to be attending NA weekly. So I believe that the state just wants some kind of reassurance that he's getting help, that he's getting to the root cause of these issues that are coming up. He does have some history, Judge. So we're trying to be creative about it and ultimately benefit society, himself, and the court, as well as the state, Judge, in order for him to get help. This.
All right. If you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
I'm on methadone,
Okay. How long you been on methadone?
6 months.
And what is
But
your
I've been
dosage?
Winning one way off. I was at 75. I'm at 55 now.
Okay. So what are your plans? Like,
I'm gonna attend the Cicada group at the reentry program on Carmel. And I'm at the Good Samaritan. I'm going to the NAA meetings.
Mhm.
But I'm also looking into the ITP program that they have at the Haven for Hope. And we're waiting on rapid housing, me and my wife right now.
all right. And is she on methadone as well?
Yes,
Do y'all have children?
she's about to have a baby.
I'm sorry, what?
She's about to have a baby.
Yeah.
I got this news. I'm not gonna sure. I'm gonna be a dad.
All right. So here's the thing. You know, the baby's going to be born positive for methadone, right?
No, she's gonna be up with before you.
Well, no, the baby's probably going to end up being born positive for methadone. So here's the thing. Every type of drug you take, and I'm not telling her not to take it because I'm not a medical doctor, but every drug you take, if you're pregnant, your baby's taking it too. If you're drinking alcohol, your baby's drinking alcohol too. If you're smoking marijuana, your baby's smoking marijuana. If you're vaping, your baby's vaping. Everything that a person who's carrying a child does, the baby's doing the same thing. That's just the way the system works. Because they're sharing a body, sharing the bloodstream, sharing everything. You understand? So I see you're on the right track. You're going to have to make sure you remain on the right track and don't fall off of the track. Otherwise, what's going to end up happening is Child Protective Services is going to get involved. And they're going to have you going through their services. Do you understand? So you need to make sure you're in those NA or AA classes. I think they now call them sober meetings. You need to make sure you do that, and you need to make sure you stay on your path. And if your path is, I need to stay clean and sober for my child, that is a vision you need to keep in your mind and not let anybody take you off that path. You understand?
Sure.
Even the mother, if she decides to fall off the path, you still got to stay on the path, because if she falls off the path, Child Protective Services is going to get involved, and Child Protective Service is going to be looking around for anybody where that child can be placed with. And if they don't think you're a good person for that child to be placed with, then the child is going to be placed in foster care. And let me just tell you what I know from working in the foster care system. Everybody wants a brand new baby. So there will be people lined up to adopt your child. You understand? So you got to stay on the path. All right, defense, how much time did the state say they were giving you, or how much time do you need to make sure that he's on the straight and narrow?
Yes, Your Honor, we're requesting approximately 45 days. I know his first meeting isn't until next week, and then I want to show the state that he's been consistently doing the NA meetings. He's been compliant with bail bonds, the Cowboys bail bonds, and with my office, Judge. So it's my hope that at that 45-day, we can provide, the track record of him doing well. Obviously not just for himself, but for his family, his child that's going to be coming into the world. And I think that is really making him mature and see the bigger picture in terms of getting better for not only himself, but the baby, Judge. So we're requesting 45 days so we can work some programming.
All right, do you know, is this going to be a boy or girl? You don't know yet. Well, here's some name advice. If it's a girl, you can name her Stephanie. If it's a boy, you can name him Stephen. Still a play on the name Stephanie. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a 30-day reset so I can see where you are. Okay. Ms. Fergus, can I get a 30-day reset on Robert Sanchez?
You can come back on the 21st.
All right, we'll be back on February 21st.
Thank you. I will be in attendance.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sir, yes, take a seat. I'll get the reset form.
Are there any jurors in the courtroom? All right, great. Okay, Jerron Crawford. Hello, Mr. Crawford.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's Tuesday, but it's a Monday and a Tuesday. So what's happening with this case, counsel?
Judge, we were here 8 days ago on Monday.
Yes.
That was our plea bargain deadline. The court was kind enough to give us another week to continue negotiations. Those negotiations did not result in settlement of the case, and I'd ask the court to put us on a trial docket.
All right, so Mr. Crawford, your plea deadline date has expired. What that means is the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Right.
All right, how long are you guys expecting this trial to last?
I agree. I actually had 3 ready to show you.
Are there videos?
No, I can't say off the top of my head if there's videos on this.
If there's anything, I'll make sure that they're proper. Well, I can't, but the state will make sure they're properly redacted and we don't have that kind of.
I don't think we probably have any 6-hour videos, Judge.
All right, so that's the starting point. All right, Ms. Ferguson, they're telling 3 days.
Give me 1 second.
All right, February 6th. What will happen on that date is you'll be brought over dressed for trial. If you wish to appear in different attire, you need to have to sign a clothing exchange for your attorney or whoever exchanging the clothing. Defense, they've added a new thing to the clothing exchange. If it's going to be someone else doing the clothing exchange other than you, they need to get a letter from you. I'm not sure if it has to be certified, but if there are any other issues with regards to the clothing exchange, let me know. And if you don't do that clothing exchange, you're going to be brought over dressed for trial in whatever civilian clothing you have at the jail. Do you understand? All right, we'll see you back on February 6th. If you guys could sign a acknowledgement of discovery for me before you leave.
I'm
Yes,
sorry, Judge, our printer is currently
Dead?
getting us problems,
Okay,
so it's been rough.
all right. So I'll note on here that all discovery has been received, and when you all get a chance, just file the discovery.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Who's here on Carlos Landon?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, court is calling 2021 CR 9151, State of Texas versus Carlos Landon. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
for the defense?
Tim Roundtree.
And are you Carlos Landon?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Landon, this is the way it works when I have an interpreter come down. Either we're going to use the interpreter or we're not going to use the interpreter. So if you want the interpreter here, then you need to answer in Spanish and the interpreter will interpret. If you do not wish to have the interpreter here, then we will proceed without the interpreter. So do you wish to proceed with or without the interpreter?
With the interpreter.
All right, if you're going to have the interpreter, if you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Arlene Abrams, license number 2081.
Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to the PSI report state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
We have no objection, but we will have a slight correction.
All right. And were you able, defense, to review the PSI report with your client in Spanish?
We did that last time, Judge, yes.
Okay. All right. According to the plea bargain agreement, the defendant entered a plea to count 1. Punishment is to be assessed at 5 years in the prison. The state is opposing your application. And there's restitution to Raymond Montez and Leanne Dominguez. Are there any witnesses, state?
No, Your Honor. We previously had held this PSI, I think, with Judge Angelini, and they were present, but they chose not to appear today.
All right. Defense, any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I would call Olympia Landon.
All right. Landon,
Yes. Olympia Landon.
Olympia Landon. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, State your name for the record, please.
Olympia Landon,
All right, defense.
Landon, how old are you?
31 years old.
How are you related to Carlos Landon?
He is my uncle.
Have you known him most of your life?
Yes, I know that.
Do you live here in San Antonio?
Yes, I do.
And how many brothers does Carlos have?
4 brothers?
4,
Oh, no, 5, sorry.
5?
Yeah.
Okay. And where did they grow up?
And they were first in the city of Mexico, like the capital. And then my grandma had to move after my grandfather passed away to Dolores Hidalgo, Guanajuato, which is where they spent more of their time
Okay.
living there.
And are you nervous?
Yes, I'm very nervous.
Okay. If I ask you a question that you don't understand, or if anyone does, will you make sure to let us know?
Yeah.
If you feel like you misspeak and you need to correct, will you let us know? Sure. Thank you. Let me back up. What do you do for a living?
I help my father manage his company, administrative manager.
And what kind of company is it?
It's a painting company.
Okay. And your uncle Carlos also has a painting company as well, correct?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay, but you don't work with him.
No, I don't.
All right. So, would you tell us, did Carlos have an easy childhood?
None of my aunts and uncles had an easy childhood. My grandmother used her limited resources to raise them. They were very poor. So she was what you would call nowadays abusive with punishment.
Mhm. And were there, you're aware of that abuse. You've heard the stories of it. You're aware of it, correct?
Yes, at every time the family gets together, they talk about the type of abuse they went through and what they had to do.
All right,
growing
excuse
up.
me. I'm gonna need you all to be quiet in the box. We're on the record. You may continue.
So I'll ask you a few more questions about that, but let me back up. Growing up, they were so poor.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. She wasn't there. This is all hearsay.
All right, that'll be sustained.
You have heard all of those stories, correct? I won't ask you the specifics, but you have heard those stories, correct?
Yes, many times.
And do you have any opinion based on the information that you have as to whether or not Carlos was abused physically by his uncles?
And I'm gonna object again to hearsay.
Sustained.
Without stating what anyone said, do you have an opinion as to whether or not they were abused?
I'm gonna object to relevance. She wasn't there.
All right, that'll be sustained.
Well,
Okay,
Judge,
the
if I
court,
could
here's the thing. The court is aware that he had a rough childhood. The court is aware that maybe that childhood, there was some abuse. So the court is aware of all of that. And the court is aware that he grew up very poor. Is that what people are trying to tell me?
I wanted to give you a little more detail than that, Judge, but basically, yes.
Okay.
Yes, basically, yes. So, Olympia. You've observed Carlos's and on his brothers, all abuse of alcohol, correct?
Yes,
And that was something that you observed over years, correct?
yes,
And at the time of this accident, back in January of 2021.
All right, could everyone please whisper? We're on the record and it's a little bit difficult for the court reporter because we're dealing with an interpreter and people whispering. So if the people who are on the record, if you could talk as loud as the people who are not on the record, that would be greatly appreciated.
We will definitely try, Judge.
All right, thank
All
you.
right. So when this happened, when Carlos had this accident, he was going through some particular struggles, right, with his family,
yes,
and that was impacting his business.
yes,
And you observed him have difficulties with his sons who worked in his business, correct?
yes,
You personally observed that.
yes,
And they were giving him great difficulty, but he depended upon them for the business, correct?
Yes,
To do the painting work.
yes,
Okay. And do you believe that that was kind of an ongoing factor that contributed to his abuse of alcohol?
yes,
Okay. Since this accident, you're aware that Carlos has become involved in AA.
yes, I am.
And do you, well, first of all, you've observed him now when the family gets together, correct?
Yes, I see them. I'm there. I see him.
Yes, and where maybe your dad and the other brothers are drinking, what is Carlos doing?
He just has a bottle of water or a soda or something in his hand.
Does he seem different now than he did prior to becoming involved in AA?
Yes, I just noticed that he is much more calm or he's still involved, he's still there, he's still present. The alcohol is not a factor.
And when we met and we talked last month, you let me know that the types of conversations you guys have are more about serious things now, correct?
Yes,
It used to be on surface levels, correct?
yeah, just kind of surface, not really a deeper bond or relationship. And now I feel like the things that he talks about in his AA meetings, he tries to bring it into conversations that I like to have because, I like the journey and the path that he's on. And I like the advice that is being given to him that he's passing on some of that knowledge to me.
Okay. And you've studied a little bit of psychology, a little bit of, is that right, counseling?
Yeah.
Psychology?
Yeah.
And
And children.
in children, okay. And that's obviously not your job, but do you believe that AA has been helpful to Carlos?
Yes, I do, tremendously.
How do you think it helps him?
I think it helps him finally have some type of counseling to talk about all his childhood trauma that we've mentioned.
What are you asking Judge Boyd to do?
To please give my uncle probation and let him. Continue his path. To better himself.
Based on knowing him, do you believe that he has made some true changes in his life?
Yes.
Is there anything else you would like to tell the judge?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, state.
Ma'am, would it surprise you that when asked for his version of what happened, your uncle stated that he had had a party for his employees to celebrate that they had done so well with business that year?
No.
So I know you testified that he was struggling with the business.
I think the correction is that he was struggling with his son's behavior and responsibility with the business. Instead of helping him, all the load is put on him.
But it was still successful.
Yes,
And you are aware that he has been previously convicted of a prior DWI offense.
I don't know too much about it, but yes, I'm aware.
Nothing further comes to the judge.
All right, anything else from this witness?
No, Your Honor, unless the court has questions.
No further questions. Thank you. All right, defense, any other witnesses?
Yes, Judge. I would call Carlos Castro.
Carlos Castro.
And judge, the witness also doesn't speak English, so.
Okay, thank you. All right. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you can state your name for the record.
Carlos Castro.
Carlos Castro.
All right, Vince.
Carlos, where do you live?
Aquí en la ciudad de San Antonio,
Here in the city of San Antonio.
How long have you lived here?
por los últimos 30 años.
For the last 30 years.
And what kind of work do you do?
Construcción.
Construction.
You know Carlos Landon, correct?
Sí,
Yes.
How long have you known him?
por los últimos 19 meses.
For the last 19 months.
How did you meet him?
En un programa de recuperación de alcohólicos anónimos.
In the recovery program for AA.
Now, how long have you been a part of AA?
18 años.
18 years.
And are you a leader in AA?
Soy miembro del grupo.
Yes, I'm a member of the group.
So, I mean, you're not any kind of a organizer of meetings.
Bueno, sí, participo en las responsabilidades del grupo.
Yes, I do participate in those responsibilities.
Does the entire group share those responsibilities?
Sí,
Yes.
todos.
All of us.
Okay. Why do you go to AA?
Bueno, primero porque encontré la ayuda a mi problema.
Well, first of all, because I found the help for my problem.
Y segundo, porque he encontrado una vida diferente.
And second, because I have found a different life.
You've not been like convicted of DWI or arrested for DWI, correct?
Sí,
Yes.
So yes, you have never been in trouble for DWI or anything like that.
sí,
Yes.
So you went to AA because you wanted to change your life. You recognized that many years ago, 20 years ago almost, that you needed to change.
sí, por supuesto, yo sabía que tenía un problema.
Yes, of course, I knew I had a problem.
And when you see people in AA who change, is that because they, first of all, recognize they need to change?
Sí, ese es uno de los principales iniciativas de reconocer que necesitan el cambio.
Yes, that's one of the very main things that you need to recognize that you have a problem.
And does that recognition come at different points of people's lives?
Sí, en diferentes momentos.
Yes, at different times.
Sometimes a person might be young, sometimes they might be old.
Sí, la edad muchas veces no interfiere, pues depende la situación de
Yes,
la
sometimes
persona.
the age doesn't really interfere, mainly is the situation the person is going through.
And in this case, you've gotten to know Carlos over the last 19 months. Do you believe that he is at that point where he both knows and wants to change?
Está en el punto de cambio.
Yes, he's at that stage of the change.
And is it fair to say that you've seen people come and go in AA?
Sí, sí lo he visto.
Yes, yes, I've seen that, yes.
And so have you developed an ability to kind of determine when people are serious about making those changes or when they're maybe there for other reasons?
Por mi experiencia, casi después de los 90 días de asistencia, el individuo se ve la motivación real de quedarse.
For my experience, if someone has been there for over 90 days, you can really tell that the reason why they're there.
And you've gotten to know Carlos. What do you guys talk about?
Bueno, hablamos de nuestro problema común que fue anterior
We talk
sobre
about
la bebida
our common problem that we had before about drinking.
y también hablamos de los problemas de la vida cotidiana personales.
And we also talk about the daily life issues or problems.
Does Carlos participate in that willingly?
Sí, es muy participativo con nosotros.
Yes, he participates a lot with us.
Does he talk about his personal life?
Sí, sí habla sobre su
Yes.
problema.
He does talk about that.
So based on all your time with Carlos, I mean, how much time do y'all spend together?
Convivimos a diario hora y media en el lugar de la reunión y después tenemos una conversación de 15 a 20 minutos, terminada la reunión.
Every time we get together for the
Tenemos,
meeting, we spend there an hour and a half and then 30 minutes talking.
y tenemos conversaciones telefónicas a diario
And
En-
we talk on
durante el día.
over the phone every day during the day.
And about how many meetings a week on average do you think that Carlos are attending together?
5 a 6.
From 5 to 6.
So you have 5 to 6 potential times that you get together, as well as talk on the phone every day.
Sí, hay una hermandad
Yeah.
en la relación.
There's a fraternity, a relationship, yes.
A brotherhood in many ways.
Sí, hermandad significa de amigos,
Yeah, brothership
buena
means
relación.
friendship, having a good relationship.
Okay. And I don't expect you to remember every time Carlos is there, but you're saying that he's been there the majority of the time.
Sí,
Yes,
Has Carlos helped other people in AA?
sí.
yes.
How?
Bueno, primero a través de su experiencia
So first, through his experience,
y también ayuda en las tareas que tenemos allí para servir a los demás.
and he also assists in the stores that we have there, assisting other people.
And so when you say that he helps through his experience, do you mean that in sharing what has gone on in his life, what he did, things like that?
Sí, más que nada la experiencia como prevención hacia otros
Yes, more than
para
anything,
que
the
no pasen por
experience,
lo que él pasó.
so others don't go through what he went through.
Has Carlos expressed any remorse or anything about the fact that he drove while intoxicated and hurt another person?
Sí, un arrepentimiento muy profundo. Yo lo he
Yes, a very
escuchado.
profound remorse, yes.
What are you asking Judge Boyd to do?
Bueno, pues que se haga lo que la ley marca, como lo dice la ley.
So to do what the law states, what the law says.
The judge has the ability to place Carlos on probation. Do you believe that Carlos would do everything the court or the law requires of him?
En este momento puedo decir que sí.
Yes, at this time, I can say yes.
Do you have any hesitation about that?
Duda, ¿tiene alguna duda?
No tengo ninguna duda, pero hablo lo que está el hoy.
No, I don't have any doubts, no hesitation, but I'm speaking for today.
I'll pass over this judge.
State, any questions?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any other witnesses?
Published in.
right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? All right, you're on. All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Carlos Landín.
Carlos Landín.
All right, defense.
Carlos, how old are you?
52 años.
52 years.
You're a painter?
Sí.
And you are a painter?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were in agreement to have a translator, but truthfully, I'm the one that requested the translator, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And it is helpful, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Carlos. On the night of this accident, when you drove while intoxicated and had an accident and it caused serious bodily injury, what was the reason you initially, I guess, called that meeting or went to that restaurant?
Ese año nos había ido bien en nuestros trabajos y hacer una pequeña celebración.
Because we wanted to do kind of like a small celebration because it was a good year at work. We did good.
But though it was financially a good year, it was a difficult year with your sons, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And there were many pressures, business pressures as well as family pressures on you.
Yes.
And you were also having difficulty between you and your wife, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And so on the night when you went to that restaurant, you in fact had a fight with your wife about your sons, correct?
Yes.
And we're not telling the judge that excuses anything, correct?
Exactly. That's right.
But we do want the judge to understand what was going on.
Yes.
So what should have been a celebration turned into you burying your problems with alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You grew up in Mexico.
Yes.
The judge knows that you had a rough childhood, but I mean, it involves you working long hours in a ceramic factory, correct?
Yes.
And about how old were you when you would work there?
Yes. 7 años.
I was 7 years old.
And in addition, your uncles were physically abusive to you.
Sí.
Yes.
Such to the degree that you actually ran away from home once.
Sí.
Yes.
But you did learn how to paint, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And so when you came to America, that's the business that you started.
Sí.
Yes.
And how many people do you employ now?
7.
7.
That includes your sons?
No.
No.
Have you always struggled with alcohol?
Sí.
Yes.
So since this accident, you joined AA almost right away, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And why did you originally go?
Porque después del accidente me sentí muy mal
la manera como fue.
because after the accident, I felt pretty bad because of what happened.
Y pensé que esa es la manera más correcta de lidiar con el problema.
And I thought that that was the best way to deal with the problem.
And as you continue to go to AA, what happened?
El programa me empezó a gustar
I started liking the program
y empecé a ver un cambio en mí
and I started seeing a change in me.
y por eso me quedé.
That's why I stayed.
And what kind of change?
Eh, pues era muy agresivo.
I used to be very aggressive
ah, con las palabras agresivamente
with my words, very aggressive words.
y pues también en la casa no atendía en la casa no quería llegar para tener problemas,
And
causar problemas.
also at home, I didn't want to go home because I had to deal with problems.
And so as a part of AA, how did you realize you were dealing with your problems?
Porque ya no los problemas que tengo, ya no eran agresivos, ya podía contestar algo que antes no podía contestar.
Because well, now dealing with the problems and confronting the problem that I have, I can answer something that I couldn't do before.
So I asked you when we talked, how did you know AA was helping you? And you told me about how things changed now that work is over. How have things changed?
Cuando yo salía de trabajo, en vez de irme para mi casa, me iba directamente a la tienda y compraba alcohol.
When I used to leave work at the end of a working day, instead of going home, I will go to the store and buy alcohol.
Y ahora en día, para regresar a casa, pero ahora en día no hago eso.
But nowadays I don't do that.
De trabajo en la casa.
From work, I go home.
And about how often are you going to AA?
Casi todos los días.
Almost every day.
And that's been for pretty much the entire almost 2 years.
Sí.
Yes.
Has that helped you learn how to understand the conflicts you have with work and family and deal with it?
Sí.
Yes.
What's the main way that you deal with it? What is the main way that you deal with these problems now?
Pues porque hoy en día los del trabajo me voy a la casa, de la casa me voy al programa.
Because nowadays from work, I go home and from home, I go to the program.
And when you're at the program, what do you talk about?
Personalmente hablo de mi vida personal, de lo que me pasó.
I talk personally, I
No
talk about my
quisiera que
personal
a
life,
alguien más le pasó.
about my personal life, what happened to me, and I don't like anybody to go through the same thing.
And other than this offense, this crime, do you talk about other problems, family problems, work problems, other things?
Sí, hablo de mi problema personal.
Yes, I talk about my personal problems
Antes y después del accidente.
before and after the accident.
So you share your life with other people.
Sí, para que le llegue el mensaje a las demás personas.
Yes, so that this message can reach other people.
Does that help you stay sober?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you had anything to drink since starting AA?
No,
No,
the judge were to place you on probation, are you willing to do any and everything that is asked of you?
See,
Yes,
In the PSI itself, I think there was a statement that you were ready and more than willing to go to any treatment that an expert recommends, correct?
sí.
Including the judge.
yes.
All right, I'm gonna need y'all to be quiet in the box because the court reporter won't be able to hear.
Apologize, Judge, I'll try to talk louder. However, you do believe that AA has been very helpful to you.
Yes,
And if, in your opinion, you would think that continuing AA would allow you to continue this change in your life.
yes,
But if an expert or the court thought differently, you're more than willing to do that.
yes, of course.
Carlos, if the family of the person that you hurt, or the young man that's here, what would you tell them?
Que me siento muy mal del día del accidente.
That I feel very bad, the day of the accident.
Si pudiera cambiar esto, lo cambiaría, pero como no puedo.
And if I could change
muy
this, I
arrepentido.
would,
Estoy muy arrepentido.
and that I'm very remorseful.
If the court places you on probation and there is restitution outstanding, are you going to do everything you can to pay it?
Yes,
What are you asking Judge Boyd to do? Carlos, what are you asking the judge to do?
Que me dé una oportunidad para demostrar que puedo cambiar.
to give me an opportunity to show her that I can change.
Gracias.
Thank you.
I'll pass it to the judge.
Any questions, State?
Just a few, Your Honor. So, Mr. Landon, this wasn't your first alcohol-related offense, was it?
No, that's one of the.
No, the second.
Okay, and you were placed on probation back in 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wouldn't that have served as a good time for a wake-up call?
Yes.
And did you change after that?
Yes, I did change a little bit.
At the time of the accident, would you go out and drink with your friends often? But you did tell an officer,
No,
but you did tell an officer that on this occasion, you didn't drink any more or any less than what you do with your friends normally.
right.
So you did go out and drink with your friends.
No,
No,
So were you lying to the officers then, or what happened here?
cuando el oficial me preguntó, yo estaba intoxicado y no me preguntó.
the officer asked me if I was intoxicated.
El oficial me preguntó cuando yo estaba intoxicado.
Well, the officer asked me when I was intoxicated.
Okay. Do you use any type of ride services?
I'm sorry.
Any type of ride services like Uber?
¿Usted usa algún tipo de servicio que le lleven como Uber?
Hoy en día sí,
No, nowadays, yes, I do,
But not back then.
pero no antes.
pero no.
No, not back then.
And you do realize that the complainants were very seriously injured.
Yes.
And you heard them the last time we were here describe their injuries.
Well, actually, Mr. Escobar, because you weren't there, they, only the mom testified, those, the victim.
Okay, so you heard about the mother testify about the son's injuries, correct? Sorry about that. Sorry about that. So you were here when the victim's mother spoke about his injuries, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that his life was pretty changed from after this accident, correct?
Yes.
Pass against Joe.
Any other questions?
No, Judge.
Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, we rest.
All right, so Mr. Landon, you have a choice. Either way, you're not leaving court today. So the range of punishment for this offense is up to 10 years in prison. You bargained for 5 years. So I can grant you probation, but your probation is going to be for 10 years. You're going into inpatient treatment. You'll be going to SafeP. I don't know what the waiting time is on that, but I do know that's a 6 months program inpatient and then 3 months outpatient. You're not going to be allowed to drive anymore because you can't be trusted to drink and, to drink and not drive. So the choice is yours. Do you want the 5 years probation, the 5 years prison, or do you want to go into inpatient treatment? But either way, you're not leaving the courtroom today.
Your Honor, can I speak with my client?
Sure.
Briefly? I don't think we need long.
Okay. Thank you.
And then when you come out, you'll be on probation for the rest of the time. Or the judge says you can take 5 years in prison.
And he will not be driving while he's on probation.
And the judge says that she's not going to allow you to drive. For 10 years. In the first one. Do you need to think more about it, or do you need to- And so you know that we're going to go in today and wait, and then we'll take you at some point to be 2 or 3 months. We need to have the discussion. Probably.
Counsel, do you need to discuss that with him more? Because I'll take up another matter.
That's fine, Judge. We can do that. I think he knows what he's gonna do, but he's wanted to tell us in this.
Okay. Who's here? Nicole Moses? Yes.
And Judge, on this case, in speaking with the defense, we were examining the file, there was a disc that was in the file that was labeled that they could not play. I didn't know if the defendant had an opportunity to review that, or if he ever got a copy.
So where's Nicole Moses? Everyone, when your case is called, your client needs to come up. That's okay. So yes, so what is happening with this case?
So in talking with the defense, in reading in the file, we did find a disc that was marked could not play. I wasn't aware if the defense had ever gotten a copy of that disc. If speaking to the defense, it doesn't sound like they ever did.
Because we are heading toward the plea on this case, we actually intended on playing today, but without hearing the what's called, they haven't been uploaded as far as I can tell on either government. We're just asking for a little bit more time.
So when is this going to be uploaded?
Judge, I can make a copy today and give it to the defense. I just need a short break just to go get my.
Okay.
Judge, I just want to throw this in. She has another case pending in Kendall County. She's still to be clean in this Kendall County in April. I don't know if there's any way to recess till April.
Oh, no, we're not going to April. Yeah. It's great to throw it out there. So we're going to come back on The 20th. Ms. Ferguson, on Moses is coming back on the 20th for disposition. You're welcome. Who's here on Reno Corrales?
Again, that's something where I can try and test on something I can really play so far.
So this is what he's decided to wear for jury trial?
Sorry,
Oh, this is set for jury trial today. So is this what he's wearing?
what is brought over in your honor?
Okay, I guess that's what you'll be wearing for trial.
I have short insurance at the office.
Okay.
Your Honor, for this particular case, the state will be asking for a motion for continuance for missing necessary and material witness in this particular case.
Any objection?
No objection, your honor, but Jenny will be ready and she could be here tomorrow morning.
Oh, we pick a jury,
And I'll be picking,
we pick it today,
that's fine. She'll be here.
but you say you have no objections to the state's motion?
Done at this time.
We have conferred with defense counsel, Your Honor. We will be conferring in the future.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, when are we all anticipating on this coming back?
I'll defer to the court, Your Honor. The state would prefer at least 30 days.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need this set for a jury trial date within 30 days, please. February what? All right, we're coming back on February 21st for your jury trial. That will be your jury trial date and your plea deadline date. And counsel, I know you say you have shirts at the office for him, but that exchange needs to be made at the jail because it takes a lot of paperwork and everything from the deputies for you to bring him an extra set of clothes to court. All right, thank you.
Are you done with the flight? We'll be on the next line now. Okay.
Mariah Lopez. All right, today's the plea deadline date.
He's insisting on a trial.
Okay. How long do you expect this trial to last?
3 days max.
Yeah, it's a max.
No videos? All right, Ms. Ferguson. They're saying 3 days, so I need a jury trial setting 3 days.
I already did that.
And your plea deadline date is expired. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you have to apply open to the court. Do you understand? All right. What
May I get a bond reduction? I had filed one last time and I thought you had already ruled on it.
I believe I have previously ruled upon it. So, yeah, it was denied.
Okay.
Thank you. You're welcome. All right, your jury trial date is March 14th. And what date can we set his motions for? Because he has a motion to quash in here. Counsel, how long is that going to take? Or is it just legal argument?
It's probably legal argument, so I can do it right before the trial if you want.
Well, no. Yeah. All right,
Okay.
Ms. Ferguson, can you reset this for motions hearing before the March date, please? And if you could put it in February. All right, we'll have motions hearing on February 27th, and your jury trial date is March 14th.
Said in federal court for trial on that.
on February 27th? All right, can we do it before then? Can we put it around Valentine's Day? All right, February 13th for motions. You're welcome. Who's here on John Ayala?
Here, Judge, she's correct.
Come forward. Court is calling 2022 CR 6548, State of Texas versus John Anthony Ayala. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Michael Villarreal for the state.
Defense?
Alex Shar for Mr. Ayala.
And are you Mr. Ayala? Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery and did you review that with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Ayala, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Judge.
State, are you pleading on the, proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's proceeding on both counts.
And both counts are indecency?
Yes, Your Honor. Just different body parts.
Okay. Mr. Ayala, I'm showing you what's entitled court's admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand in each count you're charged with indecency with a child contact? That's a second degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call on the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison in each count? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him? Do
Yes, Your Honor.
you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ayala, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea bargain agreement, there's $1,500 fine and the state is recommending deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there been any such motions?
No.
Next, I'm showing you outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 10 years. There be no contact with the complainants or their family. Chapter 62 registration and compliance and sex offender supervision with probation. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations? However, did you understand that the Chapter 62 registration is required by law? So you will be a registered sex offender. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged in count one, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty, ma'am.
And count two, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty, ma'am.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, state offer states exhibit number 1 is attachments.
No objection.
Mr. Ayala, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty of count 1 and count 2. Court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge, we'll waive the PSI. We did want to speak to the recommendations outside the plea agreement and no contact.
Yes.
So Mr. Ayala lives with his great grandmother. The victim, who is his sister, lives with her mom and dad, according to their divorce decree. He's got so when I can understand having no contact with the victim, but as far as or family members that are with the victim, but to say you can't see any family, you can see has the same family as the victim. And
All right,
so-
state. I'm being told that he lives with the grandmother.
And I guess what I guess we're asking the court is to carefully tailor no contact that prevents him from contacting the victim, the complainant victim. As well, we've spoken to the mother of the victim, whose her concerns are him having contact with the other minor children.
Okay.
So this is a highlight to the concerns, but also ensuring that he doesn't have some family member contacting a family member in order to basically contact the victim through that third person. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But with regards to him living with his great grandmother, we understand that so long as there are no other minor children, then that should not be a problem.
Okay. All right, how old are you?
20 years old.
So what are you doing with your life?
Right now I'm living with my great
He's on house arrest. He spent about 5 or 6 months in jail after he was arrested. And then bond was lowered and he was placed under house arrest.
All right, you're gonna have to get employment. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state, what do you want to do about this GPS?
I believe he's been compliant with the GPS judge, so we'll defer to the court. We have no objection to the court. For this GPS.
All right, any drug issues with you? All right, this is what the court is gonna do. The court will run, and I'm assuming, and if I'm incorrect, let me know. I'm assuming counts 1 and count 2 are to run concurrent. Is that correct?
I think by law they have.
Yes, but it's not
It's-
there, so I just
it-
wanted to be clear on the record.
Yes, Judge.
So count 1 and count 2 are running concurrently. Court's going to grant you the 10 years deferred adjudication. There's to be proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be no contact with the complainant. There's to be no contact with minors. There should be Chapter 62 registration. Sex offender supervision through probation. regular UAs. And I'm assuming the sex offender registration unit, they will do field visits. Well, I'm just gonna add field visits at least once per month. Is there anything else, probation?
Their rules.
Okay. Is there anything else you need from the court? All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendants' Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
No.
And this does require lifetime registration. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you. Melissa, you're welcome. Castilla. Yeah, I'm mispronouncing her name. Sorry. How do you pronounce the last name? Yeah, Castilla. Ah, see, the J's always throw me off. So what is happening with this case?
So this is the second setting. We've got the lab report, gone through some information from my client. We're gonna prepare a packet with possibility to a PTD, but we did receive an offer as well, so it's an either or.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on this case, please? All right, February 21st will be your plea deadline date. And if you all decide to do PTD, then the court will of course honor that, but that's her plea deadline date.
Okay, thank you.
Just get a reset form. You're welcome.
She was here.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, just give me a moment. All right, who's here on Damone Thomas or Wyatt?
I am Judge.
All right, and where is your client?
Coming.
Okay.
So we're gonna say till Senate and we'll have the rest later.
All right, so we're here for sentencing today.
Yes, Judge.
All right, court is calling 2020 CR 6659, State of Texas versus Damone Wyatt. Can our party announce for the record for the state
Jason Gear, hang on.
defense?
Charles Bunk.
And are you Mr. Wyatt?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So he did appear, is that correct?
He's here.
All right, because according to the plea bargain agreement, it says that he'll be subject to the full range of punishment if he fails to appear.
Here he is. Appeared.
I'd be remiss, Judge, just to let the court know.
Yes.
There are pending cases that were picked up on the 12th of January.
Okay.
Those have not been indicted and they're not ready to be indicted at this point.
All right. Court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 2 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served, take in consideration 2022 CR 6491, 2022 CR 6490, NIMAC number 66880, County Court Cause number 653890. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And just one moment. And some of that goes to the state as well.
I'll give that to her. That's yours. This one I'll go and take down and turn it into. This goes.
Here's.
Okay, you're right, sorry, you're right.
All right, who's here on Jason Brown? Where's the attorney for Jason Brown?
Judge, I believe that's Robert Bauer. It looks like she has stepped out.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Take a seat, your attorney, I believe, stepped out.
All right, who is here for Michael Teo? All right, thank you. I saw your dad. I see you're still having him get out, even though I told him to take it easy.
Following the orders, Judge. I think it's 3 o'clock.
Okay, don't make me tell my mom. Okay.
Mr. Thomas.
Court is calling 2022 CR 8111, State of Texas versus Michael Teo. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Gahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
Andres and Charles Campion for the defense.
All right. And are you Mr. Teo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Teo, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, we're waiving count 2 and proceeding on count 1 alone.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Teo, I'm showing you what's entitled Court's Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of failure to stop and render aid resulting in death as a second-degree felony? The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Mr. Teo, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you what's entitled plea bargain agreement. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And states you're also waiving the enhancement. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on count 1, waiving count 2 in the enhancement. They're asking that your punishment be assessed at 10 years in the prison. There are no applications. The state will take in consideration 2019 CR 12685, 2022 CR 5759, and 2022 CR 5760. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there been any such motions?
There have not been. Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged in count one, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty, Your Honor.
State any evidence.
State exhibit number 1 with all of its attachments, Your Honor.
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Teo, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Your Honor, the state would be asking for a 30-day reset for sentencing, and not for a pre-sentence investigation, but due to the victim's family, partial of, some of them live in, I believe, Wisconsin, and need to fly in.
All right. Do you wish for them to fly in, or if they want to appear by Zoom, they're more than welcome to appear by Zoom?
I would have to ask the family members. I believe that they would like to be in person.
All right. And could I have the trial court certification? I
Sorry about that,
anticipate,
Judge.
that's okay. All right. What date? 30 days?
30 days is fine with defense, Your Honor.
We will approach very soon if there's a problem with that date, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can I have a 30-day reset for sentencing, please?
13th, February 13th. Okay.
All right, so we'll be back on February 13th, and state if your witnesses want to appear by Zoom, they're more than welcome to appear by Zoom.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll just, yeah, I'll put them in the file. Well, I mean, unless, do you have any objections to the court signing those? Okay. All right, so we'll be back on February 13th. And defense, if for any reason the state's witnesses are appearing by Zoom as opposed to in person, are you going to have any objections?
At this time, I do not believe so, Your Honor. I will get with the defendant to make sure that his own personal allocution is prepared prior to that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Who's here? Malik Estrada.
I am.
Court is calling 2022 CR 6944, State of Texas versus Malik Estrada. Can our parties announce for the record for the state?
Debbie Cruz on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Charles Bunt for Mr. Estrada.
And are you Mr. Estrada?
Yes.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Estrada, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision or deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Estrada, I'm showing you what's entitled court's admonishments. Did you and waiver of court's admonishment and defendant's waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it at all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with aggravated robbery? That's a first-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that the court would grant your application for deferred adjudication if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked? The court could find you guilty and sentence you up to life in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
he does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Estrada, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, there's a $2,500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication, and there's to be restitution to Silver Eagle Distributors. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there been any such motions?
No, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 7 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 220 hours of community service restitution, no firearm possession, and regular UAs. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Is that in the tap relations inside or outside?
She hadn't said yet. You
Oh,
understand you
okay.
have to do the tap, yeah.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, at this time, the state introduces State's Exhibit 1 and all of its attachments.
We have reviewed the same and have no objections.
Mr. Estrada, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Since April.
Okay. Almost a year. Okay.
All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
We would like to proceed today, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
He's been in custody continuously since April of 2021. He's had time to consider the effect of what he is alleged to have committed, and he is ready to move past this and prove to the court he's worthy of the deferred, and we ask you to follow it.
All right. So who is Darnell Ricky to you? Are you related to him at all?
No, ma'am.
Are you related to Andrew Jermaine Estrada?
Yes, sir.
What is his relationship to you?
Our brother.
So was the beer worth it?
I had no intention of what was going on. I was just in the passenger seat. I really, honestly, I don't.
You want to go to a jury trial?
Says, do you want to try? You have a right to a trial. Do you want a trial, or do you want to accept that you want to do this today?
The probation.
He wants to waive his right to a trial. He accepts that he could be culpable as a party and is not contesting that allegation.
All right, where's your mother and father?
My mother is in El Paso, and I don't know my father.
So who is in your life telling you to do the right thing?
My sister,
And how old is she?
she's 30,
And how old are you?
24.
Why are you putting all that extra weight on your sister? Did you not learn to do the right things in school?
I got kicked out of school
Why?
for 5 years
So how far did you go in school?
to the 10th grade.
So what are you planning on doing with the rest of your life?
Oh, getting a job and trying to be there for my children because I have 2 kids that I lost while being in jail. I lost custody to them, so I'm trying to change my
Who
life.
has custody of your 2 children?
My baby mama's sister. And she's in jail too.
Oh, the mother of your children is in jail too?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are these children?
My son's 5, my daughter's 3.
And what's up with all the tattoos? I ask this, you know, people can get as many tattoos as they want. I'm always curious, like what was going on in your life where you said, oh, it's a good idea. Let me tattoo my face.
That's when I had lost my kids to CPS. And
Oh.
that's when I got old.
All right. And usually when you lose your children to CPS is because you didn't do the service plan. So why did Child Protective Services take the children in the first place?
Because I didn't have a place to stay at the time, and I had my children in different houses, and then I went to jail. That I picked up the CPS case, and then I went to jail. And then my baby mama, the mother of my children went to jail as well, so there was nobody to take care of
All right. And where are you planning on living if you're released?
with my sister.
Does she want you there?
Yes.
Do not be bringing trouble to her doorstep. And where is your brother living?
He's in prison.
Oh, how long is he in prison for?
He pled to 5 years as the main party in this offense.
Okay. All right. So 7 years deferred adjudication.
Judge, I would ask if you'd consider giving him some relief on the fine. He's not a man of wealth and he's been in jail for 10 months and the money he has, he'd like to.
Oh, I rarely, if ever, impose a fine.
Thank you.
There are good reasons, and I've only seen twice where I've imposed a fine, maybe. So there'd be a $2,500 fine that would be probated. Is there restitution of Silver Eagle distributors? How much is the alcohol? $24?
See that the cases of beer were actually
Returned, they were recovered.
Yeah,
so I
They
don't care.
returned and somebody, some unsuspecting patron went in there and got beer that somebody was trying to run off with.
At least it wasn't a T-bone steak, Judge.
There we go. And I'm sure that the
eggs.
box was all bent up on the side, so if a female went in there, they would not get that box because it's all beat up, but a guy is just grabbing so there's no restitution.
That is correct. Judge. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna do proof of employment within 30 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home healthcare provider with minors. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. I'll reconsider that once he's done parenting classes.
Yes, Judge.
I'm going to want parenting classes with triple P. There'll be 220 hours community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination with the booster. The court is not requiring that, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. The remaining hours will be waived once you completed parenting classes. I'm going to want regular UAs. There's going to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want field visits, probation, 3 times per month. Is there anything else he needs probation?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
Oh, all my documents, like my ID,
Oh, I can't get you your identification. You can speak to probation about that.
Okay. No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement. And I'm sorry, there should be an affirmative finding in this also. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to go off the record. Here's the thing. You have 2 children to take care of. Do not go bamming on that door, you know, like in the television, the 70s series, Baby, I'm Back, and go back to that door acting like you're going to be the father. Because if you go there, what's going to end up happening is Child Protective Services is going to get involved again. You understand? And don't steal. Good luck to you. Yes. Who's here? All right. Who's here on Eros Rodriguez?
Good afternoon.
All right, what's happening with this and where's your client?
He's coming up, Judge. We were here a weekish ago.
Yes.
He had a setting at County Court 9. The setting was reset on their own motion because he had felony cases pending.
Yes.
I spoke to Lydia O'Connell. It's now set for the 9th of February for a plea. Your case will be dismissed upon plea in the misdemeanor court.
Why are they continuing to reset case?
Because it's a problem because they see felonies pending and they do it on their own. And I did not know she was coordinating. I didn't know who to get in touch with. So
All right, can you see if there's any way they can do this sooner?
I can.
All right.
And try to get in touch with them.
All right, so could you see that before I give you a reset date?
Stay right now.
Yes. There's no time like the
Can I share
present.
something personal with you that's not that personal?
Sure.
So they're celebrating my birthday. It was yesterday at my office, right?
Do they want you there?
They do. Lunch is there. It's provided.
What lunch?
It's from Pasha Mediterranean Grill.
For all of us?
Ah,
No, it's
yeah,
for me and
thank
my
you,
family.
Brenda.
So
He comes here asking for lunch and it is lunchtime here.
can I report back to Norma?
Robert Meyer, should I allow him to go?
Can I take a picture and send it to you?
Yeah, okay. All right, so here's the thing. February 9th will be the last date. I'm not resetting this again. So whatever's happening in misdemeanor court, that's on them. February 9th, last date, no more resets. And I'm putting in all caps, no more resets.
I emphasized to Lydia that her case will dispose of felony shooting.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you a reset form.
Turn 40, Judge.
Oh, well, you're getting close to the twilight of your life. I'm already there.
Again.
Moses. Yes. All right, Jason Brown.
I'm over here now.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 5303, State of Texas versus Jason Brown. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Debbie Cruz on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Robert Mauer for defendants.
Are you Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, I have, and yes, I did.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Brown, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we are proceeding on count 1 and waiving the repeater allegation here.
That's your understanding, Judge.
No objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown, I'm going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand in count one, you're charged with the offense of possession with intent to deliver 4 to 200 grams, penalty group 1, that's a first-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
yes, I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes,
Mr. Brown, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count one. They're asking that your punishment be assessed at a cap of 7 in the prison. They're remaining silent on your application. They're taking in consideration 2022 CR 10248, 2022 CR 10249, and 2022 CR 10259. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
yes,
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor, have there been any such motions?
no, Your Honor.
Then to the offense in count one, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, at this time, the state introduces state's exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments.
No objections.
Mr. Brown, I'm showing you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. We'll be back on March 14th for sentencing. I will base my decision on your application based upon the PSI report and any other information that I receive. Counsel, does he need a TAP evaluation?
Yes, Judge.
All right, we'll do a PSI and TAP eval. I'll just remain in court and you'll get a reset form, and probation will go over conditions with you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Are you ready to proceed on Mr. Landon? Hi, it's always great seeing you. All right, so we're back on the record in 2021 CR 9151. State of Texas versus Carlos Landon, and we have an interpreter here. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Carmen Tarragona Sáez.
All right. And so we are here resuming this hearing. The court asked the defendant if he wanted to be placed on probation, but he will be going into custody for inpatient treatment, or either the court could sentence you to the 5 years prison.
Your Honor, my client would like probation.
Is that correct, Mr. Landon?
Yes.
All right, then this is what the court will do. The court is going to sentence you to 10 years in the prison.
Your Honor,
I'm sorry, just 1 second. 5 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 10 years. There's to be 30 days in the Bexar County Jail as a condition of probation. There's to be ignition interlock for the duration of probation on any vehicle that the defendant has access to. There's to be no driving for the duration of probation. And we'll do the mobile device for testing. DWI education. VIP live. 2-year Texas driver's license suspension. Safe P. And once he do a referral to felony drug court, and let felony drug court know that he's going to Safe P first, unless they accept him and they want him to do something other than Safe P. I'm going to want field visits upon release 2 times per month until further notice. Regular UAs, regular reporting in person or by Zoom. Proof of employment within 30 days of release. No employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Is there any, and there's to be restitution, if any, to Raymond Montez and Leanne Dominguez. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Mr. Landon, is there anything else you need from the court?
No.
Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, we can go off the record, Mr. Landon. So the reason the court gave you this probation is because honestly, you would go to prison for 5 years. Maybe you'd serve 3, get out. And what would end up happening is you would continue to drink alcohol. So all those things that your attorney was telling me about your childhood, all those things about your upbringing, all those things about you've changed and you no longer drink alcohol, you need to hold fast to that when you're released from inpatient treatment. Do you understand?
Yes.
And how old are you?
52.
All right, at some point, the way we were raised, maybe our parents treated us badly. Maybe our parents were not the hip parents. Maybe our parents didn't know about discipline. At some point, you can no longer blame your actions for your parents. My grandmother always said that every tub has to sit on its own bottom. So it's time for you to do that. You understand? All right, good luck to you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure to see you.
My pleasure.
All right, have a good one. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 6148, State of Texas versus Nicole Moses. Could our parties announce for the record for the state,
Daniel Escobar from the state of Texas.
for the defense?
Here, probably for Nicole Moses, who's defendant, Your Honor.
And are you Nicole Moses? Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And have you received all the discovery?
Because we are missing some possible jail call, a disc that may have jail calls on it. I have discussed that with my client, that it could be material and relevant. But she insists on going forward today without that.
All right, Ms. Moses, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Oh, I'm sorry, you've already been sworn in by the clerk. Oh, that's right. Yes. So you understand that there are jail calls that I'm assuming the state is alleging that there are jail calls that you made. You understand that? Yeah. You understand that your attorney hasn't had a chance to review those? Yes, ma'am, but I don't have a way to get here. So if you're gonna reset it for 3 days, that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna be able to make it, so. I'm just gonna have to take it and. No, we can always do this by Zoom. Can we please? All right, so we can, what I'll do is I'll call this by Zoom. When will you be able to review the records, counsel?
So Judge, we looked at the disc and there was something wrong with them as far as I can tell. Nothing may have been burned on there. So I have to get in contact with them to see what happened there.
So the problem, Judge, is that the disc that they have, apparently there are jail calls because the police report's all about these jail calls and the investigation and everything. But the disc that they have that the jail calls are supposed to be on doesn't have anything on it.
As far as we can tell.
Okay,
So
so,
we would need time for him to contact, I think, the police officers so that they can give us the proper jail calls.
okay, so when would you be able to have this?
Possibly a week or two, Judge.
Okay, so if I recall this for 3 weeks, will you have it?
That should be enough time.
Okay, Ms. Fergus, can I have a 3-week reset on this case, please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
February 7th.
All right, we're gonna come back on February 7th. And of course, I hate to put people on the spot, and we're not on the record after this. We're off the record now. I hate to put anybody on the spot, but state, is this gonna change your offer?
No, Judge.
Okay, so it may result in, I don't know, the defense doing something different, I guess, depending on what's on the disc. But I just wanted to make sure, because I didn't want her to have it by Zoom and then say, we're in jury trial, she needs to be here.
No, Judge. It would be the same.
Okay, all right. So Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form, and Ms. Ferguson, the defendant can appear by Zoom.
February 7th. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. And Ms. Corby, if you need to appear by Zoom for that as well, you can appear by Zoom.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, it's my change. I almost tore it up.
I'm sorry, who? Who's Joe? Oh, yeah, that's fine. You can send him back. Oh, yeah, we will. Okay. All right, who's here on Santuan Wilson? Oh, you appear. All right, we are set for jury trial.
Correct. Yes,
All right.
Judge.
Oh, I'm doing great. So we're here so I can say we're set for jury trial.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so.
Okay, all right, we're set for jury trial. All right, thanks. Okay, anyone else? Yes.
Court meeting.
No.
All right, so who do we have left for jury trial? I think we have Espinoza, Martinez, Jose Perez.
Judge Martinez
Yes,
is gonna be for you, Catherine Martinez.
okay. So this is the plan for everyone who is here. We're gonna finish up with whatever is on the docket today. And then what we're gonna do is the jury is gonna come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We're gonna do jury selection at 9 a.m. and we're gonna go straight into testimony. So everybody needs to have their witnesses. Well, states, you need to have your witnesses ready to go tomorrow. Usually what the court does is the court will pick a jury in the afternoon. But any cases that are working out now, I want to make sure that we get those done. And I don't want the jury to continue to wait.
Questions?
9:50, let's say 9:15.
9 a.m. 10 a.m.
Mr. Cox, you're so hilarious. How's your office working out? Is there anything we need to add?
Can we add some AC in here? Forget about this.
Oh my gosh.
AC in here.
You know, it begins, the AC, the boxes that need to be moved out in the hallway. I'm gonna send an email to the commissioners, every last one of them.
They were moving the something just previous.
They were just moving it.
The refrigerators or chairs. they were-
Okay, because you know, I sent 3 emails out.
They were there.
All right, everyone, I'm gonna take a brief recess. So I'm gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Just to be clear, we excuse them till tomorrow.
Your clients are gonna have to get a reset form. So they'll know to be back tomorrow. All right, but before you all do that, just give me 5 minutes so I can.
Judge, I was in here before you moved in, and it's been somewhat comfortable. They need the adjustments.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It is hot.
Did they say that on the book?
Yeah, here when it's cold, that means it got set up. Yes.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
All right.
Quick 5 minutes.
All right, everyone, please be seated. See, Cornelius, I don't ask anyone to do what I don't do. And Jason, they've moved everything except for the dead tree.
That's decoration.
Yeah. I guess that's gonna be like our Christmas
To give
tree.
you hope.
Yeah, there we go. Hope
A new
that it will
spring is
bloom.
upon us.
Yes. Yes. Yes, once you all get your reset for tomorrow, you can step out.
All right. thank
So
you.
that's Mr. Santuan Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
WIL.
Yeah, the L is south.
And then what is happening with Renee Espinoza?
Have not had a chance to confer with the state yet, but I have. Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll take that up. And then Mr. Albert Flores. All right, we will have your client back here tomorrow at 9. And
You want
you
us
can
to
get the
sign?
reset form for your client. And what are we doing with Manuel Adame? Okay, thanks. And then what was Jess Gonzalez client's name? All right, and that's tomorrow at 9. Where is he on the docket?
Page 10, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Is Mr. Lemon here, Wardell Lemon? All right, if you come up, we'll give you your reset form. You'll need to be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m.
If you can just give me just a moment, Judge.
Okay.
Do I wait?
Oh, yes, just wait. She'll call you up. And do we have Christine Garcia?
But Your Honor, I said, if we get do a motion to revoke,
Okay. And then on Robert Medford,
he was not aware he was supposed to be here.
okay, that one we'll just recall it for a different date then.
Yes.
This works, Liz?
Yeah. Yeah, I just had to modify this. Our other problem is backwards, so I had to change the numbers. So. Thank you. That was 2015 civil June. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. All right, are the parties ready on Caitlin Martinez?
Yeah.
And just All right, it should be on 2022 CR 1800B.
All right, thanks. All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 1800B, State of Texas versus Caitlin Martinez. Do I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Judith Weimer.
And are you Miss Martinez?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Martinez, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, oh, sorry, Your Honor. We're gonna waive count 1 and then we're going with the lesser included on count 2.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, count 1 is waived without objection, and count 2, the state is proceeding on possession penalty group 1 less than 1 gram. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Martinez, I'm going to show you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that the state is proceeding on count 2 of the indictment? Count 2 of the indictment is a possession of a controlled substance. Penalty group 1, 4 grams or more, but less than 200 grams. That's a second degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years. The state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of that, which is possession of controlled substance penalty group 1 less than 1 gram. And that is a state jail felony. And the range of punishment for that offense is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, ma'am, she has.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Martinez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of possession less than a gram. There's a $0 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. They will take in consideration 2022 CR 1799B. There's $57 restitution to the Bexar County Laboratory for drug testing. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, ma'am.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney?
Yes,
Did you
ma'am.
understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is recommending that you have a TAP evaluation, 150 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offense of possession less than a gram, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, state offer state exhibit 1 in all attachments.
Fran says no objection.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you understand that in count 2, the state has asked that instead of it being, oh, you changed it in the paperwork, no problem, strike that. All right, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor, except we just asked that the court follow our plea bargain.
All right. Ms. Martinez,
Yes,
who
ma'am.
is Damian Leal?
He's an ex-coworker.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
What are their ages?
14, 10, 9, and 5.
And who do they live with?
My oldest one lives with his dad's mother, and my 3 younger one lives with my mother.
Why are your children not with you?
In 2019, I served 2 years in TDC, and the violation to the probation that I had led to the CPS case that was open. And I told my mom she can just go ahead and get custody of the children, so that way they could.
All right, do you have any drug issues?
I do.
And what are your issues?
Well, in 2021, before the arrest, I was carjacked and kidnapped. And that triggered me to relapse. Whenever I was asking my ex-coworker for a ride, I was a passenger, and everything,
But what drugs are you using?
marijuana and meth.
And when's the last time you used marijuana
Marijuana last night.
and meth?
Last night.
Okay. How often are you using?
Not much. Like,
I mean, it has to be. Here's the thing. I'm asking you these questions so I can give you conditions so you can be successful.
yes, ma'am.
Because if you're not successful and a warrant ends up being issued, you could do potentially 2 years in the state jail facility. So that's why I'm asking. And the fact that you would use last night knowing you come to court, that means you have a problem.
Yes, ma'am.
So how often are you using marijuana
Marijuana at least once a day,
and meth?
at least like twice a day.
Okay. And who do you live with?
I am house sitting for my grandma. She was in a car accident, so I'm staying at her house in Pearsall. And it's just me there.
And what do you do for a living? How are you making money?
Well, I go and help my friends' parents' household clean, or my family members clean their house and stuff whenever they have a lot of things going on.
You're gonna
I
have to
help
get a
out.
job. I require that when people are probation, that they get employment.
Oh, do you have a pen? This one is good. Thank you.
How far is Pearsall from here?
Like 54 miles south.
All right. You're gonna have to be in Bexar County.
Where?
I mean, you're gonna have to get housing here because they can't supervise you here. They can't do field visits in Pearsall. Probation, are you allowed to do field visits in Pearsall?
That's Frio County, Judge, so we would have to transfer her probation to
Yeah.
Frio County.
Not Frio County, Your Honor.
All right, because she has a major drug problem. So does Frio County have a program?
We would have to check with them, Your Honor.
Just one second. All right, does anybody want to call Frio County? I can give you their number, Defense, if you want to see what drug program they have for her.
Okay.
And whether or not she will be accepted. Because I don't want to send her out into the world. And there's nothing. This is the number. So we'll take a short break, and then what I'm going to do is I'll see if the drug court here has any contacts with Frio County, because she really needs to be in drug court. So if everyone will step back, let me see if I can make this happen today. Maybe I can make it happen today, maybe not. But I think it will be a sad state of affairs for me to send her out of this courtroom, which when she leaves, she's gonna go use again, and we don't have anything in place. Because anytime you use, it could be the last time. You understand? So just have a seat, and I'm gonna see what I can do. Oh, Caroline, you can rocket it. Thank you, Caroline. Okay.
I was reading.
And could I have the parties, software is being re-uploaded, but we're going to take up a dummy.
Okay.
And we're just waiting for software to upload.
So they're going on this one next, so LA is gonna be. It's not a Cabo. Annual. Says. We're gonna do enough for you for off. But we just did it, I just asked people to be bringing it up.
That's the two narrative.
One of my favorites. You know, that's just. Sometimes it's- and so, and then, you know, comfort, and then, so, that's another night. So that's the-
Okay, thank you.
Laid out. Then you take some- Which.
All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 9830, State of Texas versus Manuel Adame. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell for the state.
Defense?
Brenda Livingston for Mr. Adame.
And are you Mr. Adame? Counsel, have you reviewed all the discovery in this case
Yes.
with your client, and have you received all the discovery?
Yes.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with the discovery. Mr. Adame, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Sure.
Counsel, I'm sorry, Mr. Adame, showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Sure.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Adame, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with endangering a child as a state jail felony? The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Sure.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Sure.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Sure.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Adame, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
All right.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, punishments be assessed at 2 years in the state jail facility. State is opposing your application. They will take in consideration 2022 CR 8568, County Court Cause number 666479. There's to be restitution of $2,000 to Wayne Biotto, Biotto, the victim in cause number 2022 CR 8568. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there any such motions?
No.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, we offer State's Exhibit number 1 and all attachments.
No objection.
Mr. Adami, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. We'll be back on February 14th for sentencing. At that time, I will make a decision on your application based upon any evidence that's presented to me and based upon a PSI report. Do you understand? All right, are you requesting a top evaluation?
No, but I was going to request a setting of bond.
Oh, okay. All right, just file the motion and the court will hear it.
Okay.
All right, and just get with Ms. Ferguson.
My apologies. What was the date you say?
It's going to be February 14th, and there's going to be a PSI and a TAP evaluation. All right,
Okay.
thank you. All right, any update, Ms. Wimmer?
Yes.
All right, what's the update?
Judge, I talked to adult probation in Frio County. Being a small county, their resources are very limited. The only thing that they would have to offer someone on 1 year deferred would be twice a week group counseling, once a month individual counseling, and then that would diminish after the first 6 months to once a week group. So nothing, they do SATF and those kinds of inpatient facilities like Bear County does. What I was wondering is, based on Ms. Martinez's admissions about the frequency of her use, which may decline now that this is somewhat resolved and she doesn't have to worry about it. I mean, not that she doesn't have to worry about it, but she's not going to TBC.
Mhm.
Because the original charges were first degree.
Okay.
Trying to find, she's on Medicaid, maybe a 30-day detox in Bear County. I don't know, maybe the court knows of such a facility.
Let's do this. How long will it take to get a TAP evaluation done?
Out of custody.
Yes.
Let me check the calendar. Probably make it happen within 3 weeks.
Okay, well, let's do this. Let's not do a TAP. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring this back in 2 weeks. And then if you can get in touch with felony drug court here and see if they have anything available. The court coordinator over there is emailing me, and of course, I'll include you all in the email to see if she can find out some type of treatment for her there. But my concern is, what are we doing with somebody who's using meth twice a day? Ms. Martinez, can you come forward, please? All right, so we're going to recall this. Norma, can we recall this for the week of January 30th?
Yes, I'm looking for the 31st.
All right, so we're going to come back on January 31st at 9 a.m. Between now and then, this is what I'm going to expect you to be doing. I'm going to expect you to be doing sober meetings. And you're going to do one sober meeting a day. You understand? They have sober meetings all over Frio County. No matter how small that county is, they have sober meetings. And here's the thing, if you don't want to do the sober meetings, that's completely up to you. But what I am telling you is a person in your situation that is using meth 2 times a day, you may end up dead. You understand? Because you never know what you're going to get with meth. And you know what, even though we're coming back in 2 weeks, Bashan, go ahead and do the schedule her for a TAP evaluation.
And by sober meetings, Judge, you mean something like NA?
Yes. And so you need to do one a day. You understand? And I'm sure your grandmother, you're not much help to her if you're not sober. And I know people think, oh, I'm doing great help now because she's worried about you. I'm sure your grandmother knows you're not clean and sober. So you got to get it together. And so far in your life, you haven't been getting it together because everybody else has been taking care of your responsibility. You're not taking care of your children, someone else is. And you have siblings now who are separated because of you. So you have a 14-year-old with one side of the family. You have the 10, the 9, the 5-year-old with somebody else. So you got to get your life together. And now is the time for you to get it together. And the 14-year-old, you know, people say that once you get the past of 13 years, it's hard for a parent to already just come in at the age of 13 and say, well, this is the way things are going to be done, because their discipline and how they are has been set. I believe that can still change, but it may not be able to be influenced by you. So you still may have a chance to be a person that the 5-year-old, the 9-year-old, the 10-year-old can look up to and respect. But a lot is that is going to depend on you. You understand? So you need to get those sober meetings done, and you need to do one a day. And anytime you think about using and you're sitting around the house with nothing to do and you're thinking about using, go do a sober meeting. You understand? All right. They're going to give you a reset form, and hopefully you'll follow my advice, and hopefully I'll see you on January 31st, where you have some sobriety under your belt and you're alive and well. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so those who have jury trials, we're coming back tomorrow. Jury selection will take place tomorrow at 9, and the state will be ready with their witnesses on that day. So jury selection and testimony will happen tomorrow. Mr. Porter. Hi, you're here on Mr. Jones. I've done research on that, and you know, before I did the research, I was thinking a certain way. And after I did the research, it sort of verified what I was thinking. So is there anyone else on the docket, Ms. Ferguson?
Just Renee Espinosa.
What is happening with Renee Espinosa?
Still going to confer with the state, but
I believe today was the plea deadline.
right.
All right, let me see the file on Renee Espinosa, please. And I'll let you all confer, but he's either going to accept the plea or not. Yes, today is the plea deadline date. I think that's the last thing we have for today. So we'll be back tomorrow.